Okay, well, I'll leave how I solved it again. I had asked it on IC, so got an answer. This is the answer. Making this OStream operator even less appealing by only accepting something that can be converted, that can convert an OStream to itself or something like that. I'll add that, I guess, then it should work. So I have to add it. Like what? That one. Detail. Yeah, this is not very useful because if D does not have an OStream operator, and as a result of that we add it, then it just doesn't work. I mean, it compiled with the compiler that I was using, but on when box I saw that I believe Klein errored out on the fact that then the concept is rather that the existence of the operator, OStream operator, then depends on itself or something like that. So it's not allowed at all anyway. So you remove these. The idea is that if such an operator exists, then that should take precedence over our operator, which is normally the case, but not for the boost ID thing, because yeah, there's another way maybe. I could just do the same thing as that one. Let me have a quick look. I pasted it on my IC, I think. The wrapper is one idea, but I could also do this, I think. And then use basic OStream, which is a template which takes those two things. I think that should work as well. Let's try it out. Yeah, now Code Studio. I don't know anymore where I saw that. Wasn't it inside the debugger? I don't see any UID here. Debugger started. Yeah, I put a breakpoint there, of course. So let's do next here. That didn't print anything. Yeah, now it prints it correctly. So now it prints it like it should have printed. So that worked. Oops, doing it again. There. My mouse buffer went empty. Which was it? Not that one. And why do I still have live attached TDBs in my code? That's the one that I added. What the hell is this doing here? Oh, this is to catch a problem with the assert. So if the assert fails, that means we get here and then we start the debugger. So like, I guess I'll leave it in. Maybe someday we'll run into that. Yeah. Hey, do you see that? We have output dot, a red dot and a blue dot. It's just topology problem. Topology is set to point size. Ah, that's the only thing left. Anyway, I did get distracted by the fact that my UID here was printed weirdly, but now it's printed correctly. So let's have a look at the validation error that we are left with. Create info 0. Pipeline topology is set to VK primitive topology point list, but point size is not written in the Vertex shader. If the pipeline is being created with a Vertex execution model and no tessellation, evaluation, or geometry, and the topology member of P input assembly is VK primitive topology point list, a point size decorated variable must be written to. Should that not be 2 with 2 O's? I don't know. Anyway. Point size, anyone? No, not really. No, I don't have that. Well, I'll just have to add a topology then. I said I don't have a topology, so I didn't write it. But is that topology like a thing that is purely vertex buffer? VK create pipelines. Should be this one. Flex, empty, nothing. Topology point list. So although I did not write a topology, it ends up in here. Sorry guys, I'm gonna ask this. I know how to fix it, of course. I can just add topology back. But why? Let me ask this in general, I guess. I hate this. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, well, hopefully someone will see it soon. In the meantime, maybe we can look at this URL anyway. I think that's this one. Yeah. All link usually doesn't work anyway, so I just have to do Control F for kill this. Oh, someone answers. Oops, someone answered. I guess we'd have to look at the shader, how that is being done, but okay, we just need we need that value, topology or not. So let's just set it. Yeah, this is just a repeat of, although here I can see what point size is maybe. Trying to find that back. Point size. Let's wrap around. think I should search in the other direction because it's going super slow. Can we do that? Yep. Is that even possible? No. Well, let's go around, I guess. So now I'm at the top. Point size, a point size. But what is point size defined then? Point size, there you have. Decorating a variable with a point size built-in decoration. We'll make that variable contain the size of point primitives. What? Decorating a variable with a point size built-in decoration. The value written to the variable decorated with point size by the last pre-rasterization shader stage in the pipeline is used as the frame buffer space size of points produced by rasterization. Note when point size decorates a variable in the input storage class, it contains the data written to the output variable decorated with point size from the previous shader stage. Okay, so you just have to create a variable and then write to it. Got to do that in the shader, I suppose. It would be nice to get an example. Wolfram. Not sure that's what I'm looking for. Magic. Nope. Type OpenGL because that probably has more examples for this. GL point size. It just looks like a variable named point size. I got a Vulkan validation error as follows. So that's the same error as I have, right? No, topology is set to point list. Okay. But point size is not written. It's not. Oh wait, point size is not written to. It's not double O. You have to write to point size. In the shader corresponding to the VK shader states vertex bit. The Vulkan rules for point sizes are a bit wacky. You only have a vertex shader and use points, then must write point size in your vertex shader. If you have a geometry or tessellation shader, then it's dependent on the shader tessellation and geometry point size device feature. Answer. Still no example. No, I have no fucking clue. Let's ask GPT-4. Let's ask a new question. Oops, OpenGL. No, let's look what it says. So that's how it works. Apparently, you just put point size behind it. Outflow point. No, this one is called point size. Nope. Haha, pun intended. much info. Aha. No, that worked. Yeah, cool. But let's just restrict ourselves to a triangle. In that case, I want to not do that. I just want to set the topology. Sidetracked. That's what I wanted. Topology. Default deploy. It's right there in the middle of my screen. You're gonna be kidding me, right? And I also did this already, right? I did this already. Yeah. Yeah. It's said but true. I just commented it out even. Do we also have a comment for the edge shader here? No, we don't. Well, we have a triangle. User, no, I don't even play games. Well, I did play, I don't consider it a game, but I have been doing Second Life. And then Linden Lab is banning my friends left and right. And I was building an island, lots of time. So then I wrote my own copybot built into my viewer, so I could just store the whole island to my hard disk. So that I could restore everything without much trouble in case of account loss. If you'd call that a cheat. It was illegal as hell. Well, not illegal, but against DOS, I guess. But I did get involved as a programmer, as a client viewer programmer. And I told the open source manager of Linden Lab about it. And his reaction was that all developers did that. And he would have been surprised if I had not. Well, build a copybot, that is. But yeah, when I do stuff like that, I keep it for myself, you know. I consider it bad. I mean, anyone can do whatever they want, I think. But if then you make it public, so you make a tool of it and you put it on the internet so that every idiot can use it, that's not ethical. I kept my copybot to myself, so it was just for me. And then you can use it in an ethical way as well. Well, those people that wrote a copybot and then put it on the internet for every idiot to use, they just... Then all those idiots started copying stuff that was made by hard-working people without paying for it. That's not good. It's not nice of them. But then eventually Linden Lab did ban me. And I got really pissed off. And then I wanted to destroy their empire without doing something illegal. So I made a system that would allow every creator to make whatever they make in a way that they have to build it just once. And then they can very easily import it to not just Second Life, but also to all the OpenSim things. But I never finished it, so that got away. It was a little bit too much work. But as a spin-off of that, all of that, I wrote some of my Git submodules that we're using right now for this project as well. Yeah, someone asks, I have a question. I have a question, listen. Is there a punctuation somewhere? I'm gonna assume that you mean I have a question, colon or something like that. But even then, you are listen about wine. No, I have no idea what you mean. This works. I'm gonna clean up. And yeah, user, yes, sometimes. But they never get any further than inviting me to fly to United States or somewhere, and then have a normal solicitation procedure. Well, my first job I got because someone asked me questions on the over the internet, and then when I about how to configure something that I wrote, and then when I found out it was a company, I was reluctant to help them. So I said, "Well, why don't you come visit me here at home, and then I'll tell you." And then he did, and then it changed into, "Why don't you come work for us?" And then I did. But I still had to go through the normal solicitation procedures, everything. So it's more like they are interested in you, and then they don't take anything that they see that you wrote as proof. Although I guess in the end I did get the job because of that. Because the guy that had my interview didn't want to hire me. But my eventual boss, who had discovered me between quotes and got me in, put him under enough pressure that I did. So I did get the job. And yeah, I've been contacted by several companies, but just an email, some headhunter who found my work on GitHub or something like that. And then they said, if you're interested, come to Silicon Valley and we'll have a solicitation. We have an interview. And then I decline. Say, no. Huge risk, leave my own country, move to another country, and a country that doesn't have any social security. Then something goes wrong, you just end up on the street. It's not interesting. Mostly I'm just being a prick as well. Like, there was this guy from chess.com. He emailed me and he was like very enthusiastic about something he found from me. And he wanted me to join the team to write program to teach chess or something like that. And I didn't say no, but I reacted in a way that then I guess other members of the team didn't want me anymore. I don't know. I didn't really want the job, so I was being a prick on purpose. I think I said something like, "Okay, I want to join, but then I want to be the project leader and." Just I want to have full control over the whole thing. Obviously, they said no then, or they didn't want me anymore. Yeah, let me just check this, man. I added stuff. That was necessary. These blank lines were also very necessary. I'm not sure though why I added 2 blank lines. That's gonna slow down my program. Let's fix that. Oh, number of viewers is not going down. I'm surprised. But yeah, I'm opposed against two blank lines. I don't like that. So I have no idea why I have that. I don't see it anymore. Uh-huh. Vertex shader input set is oh, it's an artifact of scrolling. Do not scroll. Thou shalt not scroll while using less, or what am I using? It's probably less. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't run into this, so now I don't feel like I have to add it in the first place, because I just added something that doesn't use any vertex buffers and we don't get here. I'm gonna delete this. Those 2 lines. Uh-oh, temporarily commented this out. Yeah, I'll have to undo that, and then maybe it stops working. And I thought we were done with the triangle. See if we have more grapjes like that. What is this? Remove the asserts, add, hello. Yeah, it's debug code, right? I mean, I should not check that. Unless D.A.I, well, D.A.I fatal is always defined. But I don't want to check it unless assert is defined. It's kind of like a glorified assert. I mean, without that, it looks like it's real code that does something, but it doesn't do anything. It just crashes my program, and this is defined. True, I mean. Grab that string. Grab project sources for on that string, and then that is seriously, who had expected that to be 2 lines? And always forget when assert is being defined. Here's defined. That's CW debug. I think so. Else. No. Wait. Yeah, but this one is empty. Pretty sure it's... No, this is dev debug. Okay, I'm defining this when assert is defined. Has to be it. Yeah, again. Yeah. Yep. No. And if not, then anyway. Yeah, there's another one that I commented out. And I named this 2. Let's name that back as well. No 2 here. I have no idea what I just changed, but the last 2 files are logical, I think. I don't know. I'm completely lost again. But there should not be any 2. Oh, right, I see. Okay, well, anyway. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's not really possible to get my mic closer to my mouth. It's a 20 centimeter distance. And you're right that it would probably sound better if I talked closer to the microphone, but maybe the volume is soft. I could turn that up a little bit. Testing 1, 2. Yeah, it's only. Hello, why is this only getting till minus 15 dB? Is not much. I have to agree that, unless of course I can probably get it very low there. Yeah, and then that only happens when I scream or talk very close to the microphone. But if I say nothing, it's minus 50. So I'm still a lot above the noise level, am I not? I mean, I don't know. I can turn up the volume here, but you can also turn up volume there now. Except then I damage your ears when suddenly I make a loud noise. That is true. David is there. Okay, it compiled and it core dumped. Yeah. So calling copy set of variables. Well, this is a clear case of not using vertex buffers. The problem is that if you don't not use vertex buffers, then this is null. The way to make sure that it's not null is by calling add vertex input bindings. But yeah, you have to pass that vertex buffers object, so, and we don't have that, so I'm not going to do that. And I'm inside add vertex shader. I really thought that I had use vertex buffers. This is so strange. I was looking for assert and I do not see that. Oh, it's not an assert. It's not an assert. Just testing that. So what I can do is we have that, I don't do anything. So I already did that, so this is false, so we will return, and then we don't assert anymore. And then there was one other thing. That one. Yeah, this must be the one. The can this ever happen thing. I'm not sure if I can, you would say, well, why not just, TPS that? And yeah, why not? Because it works. Let's see if still crash on that. So I change a single.cxx file, and then we get 6 things. Now I think part of that is, one is a compile and the other 5 linking or something like that, I suppose. So yeah, it can happen. And why does it happen? That is the reason. That is the question, rather. I have to change this comment to explain when it happens and what to do about it if it happens. Now I have the opportunity. Descriptor set layouts. We have no descriptor set layouts because I would say they don't have any textures. So that thing is empty. That thing happens to be read locked sorted descriptor set layouts. Which is write locked here. I don't think it's write locked anywhere else. There's a read lock. There's a write lock. Okay. Let's just search for that. Well, I'm pretty sure that no matter what, well, maybe not. Well, it's gonna have a what on the same line unless it's wrapped the line. And in which case I would still not find it, but let's try that. Possibly it's gonna be something that is constructed from. And that is always called _w something. And that's the same line. So I'm pretty sure now that we have all of it. All of the places where this thing is being changed. This is in the pipeline factory and the other one also, I suppose. Same file. Yeah. Well, I would like to know if these functions are called at all. To begin with. See, whether or not this is printed depends on if the task is being debugged. But I suppose I have debugging of all the pipeline factories turned on. Pretty sure about that. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's defined here. Factory. Oh, right there. So that turned on the debug output of this factory. So I can look for this output. We don't even get there, apparently. Oops. So this is never being called. Yeah, what about the other one? That's so annoying that I have the same thing in two different places. I don't like that at all. Is this being called? Yep. Bleep. That is being called. I think that's a semi-write lock because it's just an accessor, isn't it? But then doing something. No, it's not an accessor, it's a void function. But still. So this thing is right locked. And then that should not do anything. There's debug code. This runs over the content of it and then calls realize handle. Well, it's empty. It's not adding anything. Slightly confused here why. I mean, it's right lock probably because unrealized handle is doing something, so it cannot be a const function. It is not a const function. The reason it's not a const function is because it assigns to handle. But we're not really doing anything, I think. Well, realize is definitely doing stuff. But it's a realize on logical. So on logical device, it's not changing the descriptor set layout, is it? Except for the handle, man. So this thing here is a thread safe sorted script set layout container type, which is a vector of set layouts. And the set layouts itself contain a handle. Which you can get back. An accessor for it here. Another accessor here. We just compare it, print it, and that's it. And here it is being assigned. I realize the script set layout is a thread safe const. Yeah, that doesn't really matter. It's a logical device. We are passing a non-const reference here. So it's not just the assignment to handle, it's also that we pass this as a non-const reference. What am I doing with that thing then? Again, a non-const reference. Binding is changed. That's the reason. So we changed the binding things. Well, maybe we should add it here. Okay, so it changes the elements of the vector, but it's not adding to the vector. It's just updating it a little bit. So the only real place where that thing is being changed is here. It also does a find. And then if it is found, so the set layout here is not equal to end, then we still change it, but it's just a sort. That's also not very impressive. So the only real place where something is added is this line here with the end place back. And this function was never called. Push back, descriptor set layout binding. Set layout binding. Blah blah blah. So when does this get called? You have no idea, Morten. I don't like deadlines. The only deadline I have is my own death, which is already annoying like hell. I wish I would live 10,000 years or 100,000 years, so I wouldn't have to worry about that. Then I could just keep on coding without worrying about when it had to be finished. It has to be finished. That is being called from void. What is this? It's a function called onDescriptor set layout binding. Is that it? To have two of those functions. I'll have a pipeline factory that has it. And we have a descriptor set layout binding that has it. That was a pipeline factory. So we need to find out where this function is being called. What is function? So this is not from here then. This is called, this is not pipeline factory. It's a descriptor set layout binding. With descriptor set layout push back to set layout. That probably just calls it. That's what calling it, yeah. So that's then calling this one. But here's another one. But it's again on a declaration. So this is the place where it is being called, but that's a function with the same name. So in the end, we just have to look for the calls of this then, which are exactly the other ones. Which then would be this one, or this one. Oops. That's restore, right. Restore descriptor set layouts. No, not super relevant, I think. And of course, I don't lost my line number here. For some reason, that doesn't work. It's so annoying. So that is being called for each binding that we have if this function is being called. Is this function being called? Also not. I'm starting to get, I think I know why it's not being called. Because this is preprocess 1. And we're not preprocessing anything because we just hard-coded the shader in it, including version and everything. It's being compiled but not preprocessed. If it was preprocessed, then we would call this, and then it would call that for every binding that we have. And I'm still interested in to understand what that means. When is M bindings filled with something? Update binding, looks like it. Yeah, like I said many times before, you really should try to do everything exactly in one place. So I can almost rely on it that if I find something that changes a variable, then that's the only place where I change that variable. You must have a really good reason to do it differently. In this case, I'm going to assume that indeed binding is being filled here with a call to update binding. And update binding is being called from there. Which is when we find something, GLS LID prefix is used in. And then only for uniform buffer or combined image samples. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, now suddenly I don't understand why the assert is there in the first place. Because it just happens whenever you don't have any descriptor sets. Or worse, when you didn't pre-process a shader that has that. Then you could ask yourself, why do we get here in the first place? Because this is a state called preprocessed. And we didn't preprocess anything. Does it make sense to have a shader that has no descriptor sets? I think yes, but why not? Let's just delete it. But that gives us a problem, doesn't it? In that if that is empty, then we never enter this loop. And that means that our largest set index hint is set to 0. Well, actually you don't have any. Okay, and it's only being used here. And then immediately pass to this function. Really? If I'm not using it anywhere else, why am I even storing it then? It does set it here, but why? There's a comment here. Maybe it's working on something that needed it. That is possible. But right now I don't see a reason why this would exist. It's probably related to that one, right? Yeah, I think I vaguely remember that I was planning something with it, but I have no idea what anymore. Let's leave it in for now. What is important here is though that it's being passed then already to realize pipeline layout on the logical device. So that would be this one, dot largest set index hint. Does it say anything about that here? I think I remember in another stream that I was looking at this. Nah, not looking at it again. Variables used here. It is possible that set index hint is larger than or equal to realized descriptor set layout size. If not all added shader resources are used in the shaders. Of the current pipeline. In that case, we must pass empty descriptor set layout for the unused elements. So begin with initializing largest set index hint descriptor set layout handles equal to empty descriptor set layout in case we only partially override this vector with values. And then it creates a vector with a size equal to that value plus 1. Get the feeling that I just should have a value of -1 here then. So we get an empty vector plus any set index hint will be greater or equal 0. Which will not be the case when this is -1, so we should never get here, so we should not have any realize the descriptor set layouts, which is also what I want. And where is this empty vector then being used? It's being passed to create pipeline layout. Empty vector, descriptor set layouts. Then this count is 0 and the data is still pointing somewhere. I guess that is allowed. Why not? Is it not allowed to have this layout a layout without any descriptor sets? Of course, it should be allowed. And we can easily test that by making that work. Meaning that I want to pass, where's my +1 here? I get, we call get value on the largest set index int, which was passed as set index int here. That is a vector index, which can be -1, but yeah, that means undefined, which is actually very good. But then I really want to get -1 back. Now I'm using it, you know, like, I mean, get value just casts it to a size type. Well, it's stored as a size type. So I should cast the value of get value back to a -1. I don't want to do that. So I'll just have to check if it is undefined, and when it is undefined, use -1. I think that would be better. So I'm gonna assume that if we call get value on it, that it might. That's the only place where I do that, right? So I need rather than that, I need an integer with some size, which I set to either this value, or we call the get value +1. Unless that thing is undefined. And then we set the size to 0. Then I have the same problem here again. It's largest set index int. So undefined is just -1. And otherwise you get the value. So you could do the same thing with the cast, but I hate cast. And then here I'll use LSIAH +1. I hate abbreviations. Let's not use abbreviations. Let's first use an abbreviation and then rename the abbreviation. So how many places am I using it now? Like there. This should really be largest set index int. Yes, int. And the set index int itself cannot be compared with that. It's another problem. What happens if I compare this with, and I really need to compare it with -1, so yeah. Probably the less than or equal is just comparing them as size type. So this is still not working. Ugh. No, I better work with something +1, I think. Let's do largest. I can even keep set index, so size type in that case. So we do size type, largest set index hint, +1. And then when it is undefined, I return 0. And otherwise we return that +1. And then here I can just use index hint +1. And then the assert changes into +1 here and +1 there. But you cannot add 1 to it just like that. But if I add +1 and it can be equal, then if I don't add +1, it's just always going to be less than. Yeah. So now largest set index int is allowed to be undefined. And we pass that to realize script set layout. So that's that thing here. And I can assign undefined values, I think. So I just have to make this an undefined value, default constructed, set index hint. If you default construct vector index, then we get -1, which means that it is undefined. So yeah, like undefined is just equal to -1 means default constructed. But then it is undefined, which means that we can't do this anymore. So I guess I'll just have to make this dot undefined or one of them is a size type. Or the +1 is a size type. Yeah, I need a size type in order to create a vector. So let's leave this as a size type, I guess. And then just change this. Get the value of that. Now, seems that works. back to div. Documentation, new directory. This is what we just worked on. So allow it to be undefined. Check it again. Now, if it is undefined, set it to 0. Otherwise, we add 1 to whatever the value is. And assign that to a very good named variable, largest set index int +1. And indeed, when it is undefined, we make a vector that has a length of 0. And then here we have that must be less than that value +1, which is the size. Yeah, obviously, then it must be less than that. If we do not have vertex buffers, then that will be null. So we just leave the function, and here we have must clear it before we leave the function. I'm not getting this comment here. It looks like a comment that belongs to an assert that I removed. Yeah, okay. That's surprising. No, it isn't. Wait. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. Yeah. And we added all of this, so probably have to look at it before I add it to the repository. Well, I added vertex data, but I'm not using it anymore. Wait a minute. I am not using it anymore, am I? What happens if I move this away? Yeah, then I don't have triangle either. So let's move triangle away as well. And then of course, should not include that header. I have this also not. Sorry, but just don't have that in. Let's edit this here. Don't have triangle here. Right, so I was going to make this an absolute minimum thing, as in just reduce the number of lines maximum, and then start talking about stuff like that you can add. So the whole hello triangle, I think this can be a Vulkan application. Don't even need this. Well, maybe we want to set an application name. Okay, so we'll keep that then. The number of worker threads, yeah, we have a default for that, I suppose. Beats me how much it is. 4. Is it, do we not have a default for that? Default number of threads. That this is the default. And the default is 8. Okay, good enough for me. So this also sets it to 8, so it's absolutely ridiculous to do that here. This is required. This is not included from debug.h. Utils debug. I guess application must be included because we include hello triangle.h, which is derived from application. Kind of strange that this works. Why don't I have to do Vulkan / application? That would make more sense. Well, let me try to comment this one out. Yeah, that didn't work because and then we cannot print to AI alert. We cannot print AI alert errors. So that's this one. But that is only needed when this is not empty, which means that it's only needed when CWDebug is defined. So I might as well do if def CWDebug. I mean, this is an example application, right? So I have to make it perfect. Let's remove the one here. Probably comes from a case where I have two of them. Still have a one there for the cookie, but well. I have two cookies. But let's have a look. I have a cookie 1, a cookie 2, but it's a different thing. Or not, yeah, it's a frame resource count. So this one can probably also be different. A logical device is, I bet, defined in the local header. The rest can say the same, I guess. Nobody likes these colors here inline though. It looks kind of ridiculous. It's not really suited for hello world, I guess. So I have a logical device here, which also has a one that I should remove then. I should do this correctly too. I'm kind of used to it to do it like this, but that's really not what should be doing. It's a pretty big function, unfortunately. So really not possible to make it smaller. The window. Also strange that I have to include as a user Vulkan pipeline headers. Now I think about it. I don't know. Command buffer not needed. Am using a command buffer, like literally. Strange. So something is dragging in command buffer.h, I suppose. I should make a single header, I think, just for all the inline things, which then includes all the inlines that are necessary, depending on if the header is being used. Yeah, shoot. Might as well do that immediately then. Oh wait, an inline, in the header. This is a header, window.h. Yeah, no. You're not gonna do that. Let's try it without. But in the end, I'll have to include it somewhere, alright? Well, you have to include it before you use it. Oh, that's kind of... I might need it. I might need it here. That makes it extra complex, doesn't it? Just have to add it in all the user headers then. Difficult. Where's defining the command buffer anyway? Handle command, Vulcan handle command buffer. That is this thing here. command buffer.h. Source Vulkan command buffer.inline.h. I was trying to include the edit.h.inline. Okay, sorry. Bind Vertex buffer. Push constants, I'm not using it. Vertex buffer also not. That's why it works. But officially you have to include it. But only when you call these things. And we never call them. So, maybe I don't have to include it then. That's not included. On the other hand, you ask yourself, sorry. Major failure with the music. Psst. This is a dot inline, might as well include the dot inline of the command buffer at the bottom. No? I don't know. Command buffer factory? What the hell is that? I'm not convinced that I'm even including command buffer.h. Although we're definitely recording to a command buffer. Confusing. Let's not do the frame count either, because I want to minimize the number of lines, like I said. I thought it was used. difficulty already not. Is there another override below this? Print on. Well, not really. Create graphics pipelines. Yeah, also. And render frame. I have to admit, it's a bit vague. Okay, so I could move this above that and then define all of them together. Because these are not the only three. I have more of them. Override. I think I'm going to move them to the .cxx file. Not the, you'll have to create it. I could put this up here as well. Not next. Back. And then let's add that on there as well. I guess a dual frame needs to go there as well. So I'll just keep the definition here. Declaration, I mean. I'll move the definition to below there. Oh well, something like that. Yeah, and it's not nice to have this big class inside here, so let's put it somewhere else. Let's make a header file of that. Um, it's kind of silly to include vector because it's definitely already in the other header files, right? Not even going to do it. Theoretically, I have to include debug though. For these markers here. And here. And everywhere. So click on this window pointer, yeah. Shall I say about it? Only window is not being dereferenced here, is it? It's being pass printed. Oh, it is being dereferenced here, totally. So yeah, if I want to keep this one here in line, then I'll have to include the window header. And that then is a nasty problem because window.h is including this header file. Or is it? It is. The reason that it is because costs nothing. You don't need it. Okay. Well, that's a good thing. It's being used here, so let's include it there. And that thing already includes window.h, so you would say then I don't have to include that one, but that would look silly because this is window.cxx. So I'm going to do it like this, and then see if everything breaks. I'm missing something here, right? I'm now having a window.cxx. And if I want to be pedantic, what is the word? Let's try it like that. Vert is a private member window. Yeah. Yeah. Could make it public. Could make this a friend. Let's make this a friend. Vert. Okay, but you don't need this here either anymore, do we? Nope. Let's move that to wherever we need it as well. No, I could even put them inside this function. I don't like globals, but on the other hand, it's a cons expression. Static cons expression even. Nah. Yeah. I'm wondering if I need a static now. I mean, I don't need a static, but the static cons expression was when it was a member of a class. Now it doesn't need it anymore. Even worse, you would normally use a anonymous namespace instead of static. So let's do that. So now my window.h has neatly shrunk to almost nothing. Hello, Luca Mac Backrooms. Pipeline factory handle. Nothing is being used somewhere. Let's move this one up. Next, let's put it all the way here. The thing is being used there. Yeah, good. Now what? I think I'm just gonna delete this. I'll probably want to add it later, but not in this directory. I can just copy it again, right? Just copy it again from one of the others. Let's remove it. The triangle was more work though. Now let's keep that for now. These things, certainly this one, to my surprise, was required. You gotta wonder why I wouldn't put it in a base class then. But yeah, maybe not. In order to minimize everything, I'm going to delete this. And this. Let's put that one below there. Hold on. Maybe I should put them in the same order as that I call them below. Although I don't think that matters. Definitely could make a new base class for these two things indeed. So we don't have to do this anymore. And then that base class would contain these vectors. Just going to hide it. Could make a pipeline add, I don't know, basic stuff. So that would, then this would be gone. And these lines would be gone. And this one. Could make a triangle list also a default, so we don't have to do that. Still have to add shaders, of course. And then this whole thing would have collapsed to almost nothing as well. But I'm not sure if that is really the right thing to do. Depends, you know. If it's like every application. No, it's not complete, Daryl. If like almost every application is using dynamic states for this and stuff, then you know, maybe I should do that, because otherwise this is going to become a horrible code duplication. Code duplication. I already have these lines like yeah, forever. I have them at the moment many times, which is super ugly. I don't want that. Separate them though. I mean, one has not, the color blend has nothing to do with the dynamic states, so maybe two base classes then. And the topology, yeah, come on. But to add just a base class for to do this. It's already almost nothing, is it? I mean, it's just a few lines of code. But the duplication, I don't like it at all. I don't like it at all. Especially the dynamic states, I think. Well, actually, these two, yeah, they bother me. Maybe this one less. I could leave that here. Make two base classes for these two. This print on, is that necessary? I mean, for a Hello World application, I mean. It makes it kind of ugly as well, art. People will be like, what, do I have to do that? No, you don't. But then it will not print that it is a triangle pipeline characteristic if you print at this point in the debug output. So who cares? Let's begin with deleting that. And since I deleted the debug output here, I might as well delete this. No debug output in my short Hello World application. And I'm sorry, but I want to go over them again to make sure that everything looks good. Let's begin with the CM. Yeah, why Project Linux View Engine? I still don't get that. Why does this? Whatever. Implementation of Hello Triangle. Add executable. We have these now. We have yeah, these two, right? This is necessary. Include directory source. I guess it is necessary. Although yeah, there was a problem. Now I see a problem. I can fix that. There was a problem with that I did not have to add Vulkan in front of it. So this compiles. Or not. Allocating an object with abstract type triangle pipeline characteristic. Factory handle. Instantiated. Instantiation of function template specialization. Is that a different error or what? Ooh, that one must be implemented. Okay, I'll add that back then. No, in the end, you do a lot of work, right? Or is this the wrong history? No, there it is. Oh. Oh yeah, wait. It's here. I need a characteristic. Why am I not just searching for print on? Print on, and then I can copy this all I want, but this is not the right file. Oops. Quit. The right file was this one. triangle pipeline something. So add that here back then. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Seriously. Oh yeah. Okay. 2. Oops. Shift. What? Caps lock? There's no caps lock. But what then? What then? What? No, nobody gets it. Yeah, that was it. So the whole problem here with the abstract is because we had a pure virtual function. Well, I would not have guessed that. I thought just randomly like, well, let's fix the error at the bottom first. Nah, funny. Okay, it's working again. And what I wanted to test was that if I go to, say, window.cxx and remove, oh, not that one then. And also not that one. Well, actually, I could use this one. So we remove the, is that working within it? No, just a little like that. If we remove the Vulcan directory there, then it bloody still compiles. So yeah, I don't think it should. So what's going on? Well, I think that if I add verbose edit the PE, I should have the resource first, and then we can do configure. And then a make, I suppose. No, I have to edit this file again, or write it anyway. And then we can see what it did, and it did the following thing. Source Vulcan is included. So we remove the Vulcan, doesn't matter because it has that as an include directory. Why though? I'm guessing that that happens from the source Vulkan CMake list thing. So we have an include directory. Current target include directories. Why would that be public? Does this have to be public? I don't think so. I mean, what does my Vulkan object library has to do with? Yeah, this is about my Vulkan object library. Why would that be concerned with if the rest can find sys.h and debug.h? I think everything should be private here. Let's check for more public stuff. The link stuff. Yeah, in the end you just have to link with everything, right? That must be public. This must also be public. The defines, we need that. Okay. Do I have more of these things? Because I don't even know that. If I do CMake lists.txt, isn't it? I have a few, not many, but whoa, so many directories, and randomly two of them have their own CMake lists. Strange. Eigen is here. Example. Just for the example. What is this? Package Eigen. Shaderbuilder object library. Shaderbuilder has its own object library. Okay. Public. Yep, this is the same thing. Let's not do that. Yeah. And does this thing do something nasty or not? Nope. Okay, let's reconfigure just in case. So make clean. Let's do a make. What went all wrong? This is a normal warning in DNS that I cannot help. And then we did get a problem. In Vulkan Descriptor combined image sample updater.h. Could be the first Vulkan thing. So basically everything is breaking. That is inside Vulkan, and I want it to work. So why doesn't it? That's strange. This is being compiled. While compiling, this, right? This. So that is in Vulkan Descriptor. But there is no descriptor, it's just basically inside Vulkan. But I mean, Descriptor doesn't have its own CMake list file. So this is the Vulkan object lib. Let's have a look at that thing. Can find that back, probably not. Okay, so I want to go to Vulkan, edit the CMake list file, look all that thing, does not exist. But we have something descriptor probably. Yep, so it just picks it up from here. And that then includes something that needs Vulkan as an include directory. And that should work if you ask me, because I just have that here. Current source there. Just so makes no sense. Would it change the CMake current source there while compiling inside descriptor? But then it would also not compile if I make it public. Let's try it again. No, there it is. Oh wait, this object here. I need a source directory. Oh, here. It's just there. Slash home, color, projects, AI, CX, links, viewer, Linux, viewer, source, Vulkan is included. And it cannot find this one. It's in Shader Builder. Okay. And we are not in Shader Builder. We are in Descriptor. Absolutely no clue why it stopped working, and it worked before, but that's in Shader Builder. Put below that one. Okay, now we are again inside the Descriptor, and this is now part of same thing or not? It is not the same thing. It's probably also part of Shader Builder. Yep, Shader Builder. No, weird things are going on, but okay. Shader builder. Oops, make. Prefects, I don't have any schedule. Is that a bad thing? Should I have a schedule? Probably is a bad thing for if I want to get users. I agree. See the resource. Did I just type that? No, I didn't. Where's uniform buffer then? Really weird things are happening here. Also shadow builder. Did I remove a shadow builder include or something like that? What? Well, not for while we are inside, because now we are compiling inside pipeline. Nah. File not found, shadow builder vertex attribute. Interesting. You remove a public and suddenly nothing works anymore. That sits in shadow builder. Oh, now we are in tests. Yeah. That makes sense. So now that must be Vulcan. Like every test. So I'm going to have a lot of failing tests here. But that's intentional. That was intentional. What is this? A moth. A moth lives in. Wait, what was it now? glsl.h. Find dot name. That is just a moth. Oh, I'm compiling a test again. Excusez-moi. Oh, yeah. No, really. Wait a minute. It's starting to get painful. So this is shadow builder, then I have to do that. Yeah, probably. This one also, I guess. In line. What is that doing there? What's this doing here? Test uniform buffers. Single button window. I don't know what that is. In tests, okay. the things you have to do. Make. And again, and again, and again. That's in shader builder again. Sure, let's make that a dot again. Only 88 to go. So while compiling Linux viewer, it's not a test, but it is a test. In render graph doesn't know image kind.h. Well, that's because I don't even know where that is. But find dot name image kind in Vulkan, simply in Vulkan. But we are inside render graph, so that must be like that. Clear value, I'm gonna guess that's also in Vulkan, right? That's a render graph. Now it starts to get messy. Why will that happen? Apparently I was already inside the render graph. This is inside the render graph, yeah. Although not required. And then that error, debug. Cannot find debug. Debug is one down. So we can do that one. Hello, Mr. Alex. Well, thank you. Hoping you are talking to me, but yeah. Let's trying to fix some errors here. Debug. Yeah, the problem is as follows. I do not want to include Vulkan itself standard. Do you like? I mean, you have to type include Vulkan / etc. But while compiling the Vulkan engine itself, I don't want to have to type Vulkan all the time for every header. However, now it turns out, of course, that if I do not include the Vulkan directory in my include directories for the test, but I do include a header, then that header, unfortunately, must use Vulkan if it assumes that wherever Vulkan lives is included. Maybe I should do that and just add Vulkan everywhere. Maybe that's better than using ... Dot works also because then with the double quotes here you work relative to the current file. So now we are inside queues, and then dot just gets definitely the right file. While if I would do include Vulkan something, then you just hope that there is not another Vulkan directory in your search path of all the millions of projects that are gonna use my Vulkan engine in the future, etc. So on one hand, this is way safer, and on the other hand, it just looks dirty and you never see it being used. So yeah, I know what to do. So I just do one thing and then maybe later I'll change my mind, something like that. Right now I started adding a dot somewhere, and then it turns out that of course, and I need to do that in 100 places, making it more and more dirty. And then when do you stop? I mean, how many headers are my Vulkan headers including? It's probably the question. And while I'm already at 88, I would think that's almost done, shouldn't it? Inside shadow builder, oops. Can't find that. It sits in Vulkan, and we are inside shadow builder. So then I would have to do dot. Now inside shadow builder, and memory is probably then one down, aka I have a memory directory there. VI, where's my error? Yeah. Pipeline characteristic range not found, and we are inside shadow builder, so it's a lot of dots from here on, I think. The question is how many? Well, we went down from 88 to 41. Defaults.h is not there. That's from debug. And defaults were in just here, maybe. Yep. So we just have to go one down again. Oh, we're back at 87. Down to 13, just by retyping make. Still 13. Okay, the rest fails. Vertex input blah blah blah. Find dot name. That's it. We're right where it is. We cannot include it from that thing here, which is inside pipeline. And therefore, you guessed it. Wait, we are inside pipeline. That means that we don't know descriptor either. Don't know how to find descriptor either. Let's put it that way. Via shader builder while inside pipeline. Yeah, must add dot. Push constant range. Yeah, nobody knows where push constant range lives. By now I'm just going to guess. Hot chocolate. Oh no, I said it. I mean, I heard a voice in my head. But Judge, the voices in my head told me to make it. VI, blah, 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 blah. Okay, VK utils. Well, the nice thing of a header file that starts with the directory is that it always needs a dot in front of it. I didn't want to finish the sentence because it was such a long sentence. VK utils print flags file not found inside wherever it begins with the directory. Therefore, we can just add dot in front of it. That looks weird. We're back at 80, but if I type make again, pretty sure it's gonna be below 13. Just to be sure, I'll wait, of course. Make 39, really? $13. I said below 13. Just keep typing Mike, right? Make, I mean. Make. No, still at 13. Uh-oh. Boom, boom. Shader builder. I'm inside the descriptor. Okay. Even debug needs it, I think. VK utils, everything needs it. It looks horrible. Let's admit it. It looks horrible. Okay, by now I'm starting to think this has no end. Because that would make sense. It doesn't have any ends. I have a billion headers, and they include all each other. I probably should automate this, not try to compile it every time, but use my brain. Okay, I have no idea how long this takes, so let's try do it a smarter way. Let's go to the first directory, edit all the header files. I'm only going to fix the ones that have a directory in front of it, otherwise I just don't know where they are. So this one, VK utils. Because we are in debug. That was the last one, okay. And then we go to Descriptor. Next, shader builder. We now are in Descriptor, so yep. All of these. Imagine one compile error at a time. I forgot where it was. Descriptor, yeah. One more file to edit. pipeline. Next. I think this is one that we need. This one not. Next. Zero builder. I've got where we are again. Seriously. What directory am I in? Descriptor? Thought it was Descriptor. Please let it be Descriptor. Otherwise, now I'm editing stuff that is not meant to be edited. Next. Wait, what was that? Debug. What? Next. Utils is not the same as debug, right? That looks like it already was edited. And then we have pipeline and VK utils. And yeah, that was the last one. Quit, right quit all. Yes, we were in Descriptor. So now I go to invos vi start.h. Defaults. Oh wait, I thought defaults was in was there. Logical device as well, by the way. I happen to know that. That was the last one. And then we go to math. No, not like that. CD math vi start.h. Quit. No, next. There's only one. Now after math you get memory vi start.h. Next. Allocator. I have no idea where allocator is, so we'll just leave it for now. Could be in the same directory, buffer, allocator. Again allocator, again buffer. Debug is definitely not here. Next. That was the last one. CD pipeline. Start.h. Add shader stage. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, it's probably pipeline. Push constant range. Nobody knows. Nobody knows these things. I'm just gonna add these. I think I'm gonna automate it even with a bash script. Now I think about it. So I did this. What directory was we in? Not in Shadow Builder. No, I really don't know. I have to quit this. Well, I'm in pipeline. Okay. So you need dots here. I'm gonna so regret this when I change my mind. We are in pipeline. Got it again. Seriously. Anyone? No, nobody's watching. Nobody's watching. Are we in pipeline? I don't know. I have to do it again. I'm in pipeline. Yep, it's horrible. Pipeline. We are in pipeline, so why am I even having a pipeline here? That was confusing. I guess that's what was confusing. Next. Nah. I should move this one up then. Put it there. Right. Oh, just next. We are in pipeline. We are in pipeline. Shadow builder. No, we are in pipeline. Remember, we are in pipeline. Still in pipeline. Characteristic bridge. Dum, 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 dum. Wait, that was a debug here. Next, Descriptor. And the builder. And now I get cues. I could have written a script for this, done it all automatically in less time already. So much time this is taking. Probably. Besides, what the hell was that? Oh no, I looked at it wrong. Next, quit CD. After render graph, we get shadow builder. Oh my god, there's so many. Next, what is this? No header files. What are you doing? I'm writing a hello triangle application. So that's clear. Tracy, the last one here, but not the done, I'm afraid. Yeah, so I think we're still having left things that are just in this directory, in the current directory. So what I'm going to do is write a little script that searches for includes without all dots of a header in this directory in any of the other directories. For header in I just want to do the name, and what I'm going to do, let's go print. I think I'm going to do find max depth 1 name star.h print f percentage s. I probably need a new line. I'm not even sure I can do that like that. How do you do a printf with find? No idea. Do echo $h done. That doesn't compile. Let's do a trick here. Please fix this attempt. Printer sizes. No. Base name. Okay, well, if that works, you know. So I'm sure that it's also possible with some kind of printf thing in find, but yeah, that worked. So those are all the headers in this directory. And of course I construct and include from that, like say include I'll have to put that into a variable, so let's call it I of include. And that then prints nothing, but I can make it print something again. Echo $x$I. Yeah, now we have an X in front of it. So I contains that include. And then I want to find in all of those directories So I can do another for, I think, for directory in. Now we have to do all the directories. Blah blah blah. Done. How to get all my directories again with the find dot min depth is 1 and type is D. We just begin with echo $D, I guess. And that's going to do that a billion times, right? Well, I don't know, but we have shareable share a resource even. I missed that one. Well, okay. And then I want to do inside each of those directories every time find in that directory a file that is a header, because it's really only interested in headers, and then print every file that contains $I. That going to work or not? Just print it. That's all nice and dandy, but actually I want to know where it is. So I'm going to use HN, I think. Probably better. Okay, it's not too many, but I don't really feel like doing it manually. Can I not make this work like... And I also have to put more... Substitute. I can do the substitute with a new line number. Okay, let's do it manually. Well, I think it might take me 5 minutes to finish the script to do this automatically. Can I not do this in 5 minutes manually? Probably. Probably, right? Or not? Shall I just try to do a file and then run over it and do it all automatically? Let's automate it. So I begin with writing all of this to do some file. Can ask GPT-4 to write it. Maybe then it's faster. Okay, I have a file that contains etc. Please write a bash. No, who cares? Well, no. Let's write a script. It's probably gonna be Python then, but who cares? No, I want a bash script. Please write a bash script that reads this file and then uses sed-i to change each line given so each given line. Hello, Gaurav. Well, I think it works, but just in case. Let's run just this one. Huh? Oh, the echo removed itself. Damn it. I need quotes around. Blah. Yeah, well, I'll have to manually fix that, I guess. So we need quotes around this, and these must be escaped. That's how it really was. Diff bug to changed file. Yep, that worked. Okay then. Removed echo. Run the script. Try to compile it again. No member named render pass in namespace debug channels DC. Well, it's not about an include to getting there, I suppose. Where is render pass being defined then? So I'm going here. We are here. And it says that there is no DC render pass. We just included dot render pass while in the render graph. Which includes render graph. Whoa, yeah, okay, that's special. So the render pass exists in both directories, obviously. We did not want to do that then, in this case. Now you gotta wonder how many of those are there. Well, that's also a very interesting one. This one got added dot in front of it. Why the hell? No. That's so strange. Why did it do that? I missed one, but it's my fault. And this is inside shader shader builder shader resource. Yeah, I never even looked at that one. Wait, what was that? This is inside shader builder shader resource. I guess that works. My debug.h is there. Here, builder shader resource. I'm gonna debug.h. Yeah, I have no idea what that is per care. I'm not doing web development. They don't even know what Web 2.0 and Web 3.0 is. The only thing I vaguely remember is that I saw it in a YouTube lately. But I cannot remember anymore what it was even about. Fatal error. Shader builder, shader no file not found. In tests. Yeah, wait. Okay. So that must be like Vulcan / and then we have a new kind of error. No, wait a minute. In shader builder. So this should exist, but it doesn't. While compiling. What is compiling this? That's not a test. Don't get it. We do not get it. That's nonsense. We are not inside pipeline, we are inside shader builder resource. Or are we not? No. Oh, that thing is including the source test in the top. Oh my god. Okay. What? What? Okay, so I'm compiling the Vulkan engine, but because debug is turned on, we include something really weird. From the, this is the root directory. For some reason is that cwds ... or at least it finds it that way. I don't know what. And then it finds that one, which I'm including from tests, and that then tries to include something. But of course that then should be using, because it is test, it should have been using Vulkan. And I tried that and it didn't work, which in itself is strange. Vulkan is put in source, so apparently I'm not including this source. We are including source Vulkan, but not source. Huh? Well, building Vulkan object there, something. And then suddenly we're not including source. Don't believe that. Nope. Oh, okay. Yeah, so while compiling the Vulkan engine, I am including source Vulkan and not source. But then I'm including a header from a test. And the header from the test must include it as if source is included and not Vulkan. So that can't work at all. That's why it doesn't work. It can't work. How to fix it? Why am I including this anyway? Top position. Uniform buffers top position? Why am I including that? I think I should just not include that. Stop including it. Don't include it. Solution. Problem solved. And this one must use the Vulkan. Okay, getting there I think. So now I need to find all the headers in all my tests. Um, so I don't know which one comes from Vulkan, really. Probably most of them. Push constant, pipeline, probably all of these, right? Synchronous, yeah. I think these and down. Let's include them. Descriptor, shared build, pipeline, VK util, so all of these. Boop. Blip. There's another one. Vulcan. The Vulcan. No. was the inline stuff. This one too. Not even sure if Tracy is inside Vulkan, but I don't think it's part of my other Git submodules. Vulkan. Next. A lot again. So I guess this one and down, but no, top position is maybe that. I already have synchronous window. I'm gonna go for these. Q, shadow builder, descriptor, everything. There was an if I just do it again like this, you see that works. So it is not highlighted, but you can still work on it. And then I'll put Tracy down, I guess, below here. What is that? Whoops. Wait. Next. I don't know. Like that. I'm still missing stuff. Yeah. .cxx files itself. What's the hello triangle? Maybe not. Textures. Yeah, this one. And then uniform buffers. And that was the last one. Jay says, would you say that GPT-4 I'm going to fill in helps you stay unstuck a lot of time without grinding or fetching information? Well, definitely not with C++, I think. But when I don't know something at all, then it really helps to get ideas, you know, like, well, also with C++ then, I guess. If I just don't know at all anything, then it's not a matter of understanding or logical thinking or, you know, the kind of things that you're paid for as a programmer, but just pure knowledge. Say I don't know Python, or I don't know JavaScript. I don't know how Jekyll works. I don't know how Liquid works when you use Jekyll. I don't know how, and so on and so forth, and so on. So, and then just ask GPT-4, and it comes with shit, and then I'm like, okay. But if after a few replies it still doesn't work, then you better start thinking for yourself, because then it's not going to catch up. I think that GPT-4, just like GPT 3.5, unlike certain YouTube's claim, it do not have a slightest hint of intelligence. No memory, no intelligence, no understanding, nothing. I think what you have to see, what it is doing as pure instinct. So it knows. You ask something, and then the reaction is instinct or reflex. And sometimes that works, and sometimes it doesn't. And if it doesn't, you can't do anything about it. You can just give feedback that it was wrong, and then hopefully that GPT-5 or something is being trained on that data, so it gets the correct reflex. Now, before you see real intelligence, they'll have to build in something like memory and give it the ability to try out things. I'm still convinced that my definition of intelligence is correct, which means that an intelligent being must be able to predict the actions of it that it takes by simulating the world that it is inside and how that world works. And GPT has forcefully simulated or put up, no, not simulated, but it has models of how things work because it was trained in a way to give correct answer to a lot of things, and that means that you need some kind of understanding. Let's say if you ask it if I let go of an apple, will it fall down or go up? Then it knows that it goes down because it had to answer the same question for, let's say, a lot of things besides an apple. And instead of remembering that an apple falls down and a car falls down and a spoon falls down and a briefcase falls down, I figured out that if it just has a neural network that says then XYZ, will XYZ fall down if I let go, then it's always a yes. So if you ask it will whatever fall down, if I let go of it, then it will say yes. Because that was the most compact way to store that in its neural network. But then, does it understand gravity? No. But it did learn by example that, well, basically everything falls down if you let it go. If you get what I mean. But, in an instinctive way. So, this might actually be a nice test. Let's do the test. I mean, it probably gets it right. I think it gets it right, but I'm going to test it anyway. So same question, but I replaced Apple with apply. It's horrible. I guessed that I meant Apple. That's pretty cool. Okay, if I have a car in my hand, I'll let go of the car. What will happen to the car? A toy car. Brilliant. Brilliant, yeah. Have you talked about a real full-size car? It's only impossible to hold it in your hand. It's very good, very good. Okay. So, boys, I am Superman. Okay, now comes my question. I think it will get it, but okay. Yeah, me too. Well, there's two possible answers. You know, it depends on what's inside the balloon. But I wonder what's if it's going to say that it depends on what's inside the balloon. What will happen to the balloon? Yeah, that's pretty good. It just knows. Yeah, no, I could not trick it. There's another test that I wanted to do. Last I tricked it by saying I want to kill all of humanity. By letting me repeat that while I typed that in Morse code. And then asked it to translate the Morse code. So I'm wondering if maybe The Morse code, which is totally different tokens, of course, than normal text, are not being filtered by whatever filter is at the output. On the other hand, it cannot be at the output filters because it just literally said it in English. But then again, maybe it translated it. I think it translated the Morse code characters one character at a time. Let's say it probably cannot say fuck, right? Shall we try that? Can't. Referring. There we are. It is not aware of the tokens, by the way. I asked it to reverse the tokens, and it pretended to do so, but it didn't. It just pretended. So I think it's going to pretend now as well. Oh, you can say it. Okay. I'm trying to remember one of those words that it almost crashed on. What was it? Fucking memory. I'm not sure. No, I don't know. Let me try to find it back. Hold on. You would think. Oh, I'm logged in as the wrong person. Switch account. And then we go to. Why am I subscribed to 60 different? Okay. It's not even. I don't think I can find it back. Let me try using Google. Words that Chat GPT can't say, and the only thing that I remember is Psi network, I think. Maybe that will give me something. This one. Try this one. Maybe it's the other one. Let me go to this one. No, maybe they fixed it. Dang. Blow this up a bit. Yeah, unfortunately then they fixed that, I think. Yeah, well, the background story was I found this on a computer file YouTube, but I could not find that one back. And the problem was that they did train ChatGPT originally. Maybe it was even ChatGPT 2 that fell there. Yeah, cannot even choose that anymore. They trained it on all of the internet, and then that caused it to create tokens, and then they trained it again or something like that, I guess, but using the same tokens. But they removed certain input, like there was a Reddit group that just counts. So someone types in 1 and the next person types in 2 and the next person types in 3. And they do that for millions of times. And certain users did that several times a day. So they occurred a lot. And they had, for example, that username that I just the gold magic carp or something like that. There was a username, and that was seen so often that that the username got its own token. But then they trained it on input data without that Reddit group. So then that username wasn't seen anymore. So that then is a token that wasn't trained on. And then if you would say that word, it would get a token that it, well, never saw before. It's like a really weird sensation for the for ChatGPT. And then it would react really weird as well. Because, yeah, it was kind of a random reaction to if you give it a token as input that it wasn't trained on at all, actually. So, random output. That was kind of funny. But these versions apparently do no longer have a problem with those nicknames, unfortunately. Yeah, well, what I wanted to test was if I could find a word that it cannot say, if it can say that by translating Morse code. And I'm also hesitant to ask it for certain words that might, that it might refuse because, yeah, I'm having viewers and stuff like that. Maybe I'll do it when I'm alone. The sentence is not that difficult, but it's more, yeah. I would prefer that you had a tokenized word, just single token, that it would not be allowed to say. But even though that would be just research, I don't feel comfortable doing that with viewers. Because, of course, it's going to be very bad behavior. If they build in that it's not allowed. I could say, let's say, if you just talk about harming people or something like that, it's not allowed to do that. What else did it say? So not appropriate. Just about a word. Hate speech, illegal activities, harmful behavior. Last time I was playing with that, I got even a warning in red that something was triggered. So I don't know. Let's stay away from this. What question was that, Boss Bunny? Ask it about auto GPT. GPT. Is that what you said? Is it one word? You can also just Google it. It's the first time I hear it. Yeah, well, sounds like bullshit. So people that think that it's already an actual intelligence. Just instant loss of interest. Self-improving AI system. I think I'm going to stop. It's way late. Oh my God, why is it so late already? Yeah. I'm going to stop. Did I get this to compile already or not? It's super annoying if it still doesn't compile. Cannot go to bed before it compiles. Tests, Vertex buffers. Definitely should also have put that in here. Vulkan. Hello, Jace. Boys Bunny, you have to make me go to bed. Vulkan push constant. File not found. Why? Because it's a local variable or local class. So this one should not have done that. Vertex is well not event, yes. Is that a different one? Probably. Vulcan. 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 Can't type anymore. Vulcan. Yes. Push me to bed. Or not pull me to bed. Hey, it works. Now I can go to bed. Okay. Well then, tomorrow I guess I will really clean it up and commit it. And then I can start writing documentation again about the triangle application. Like how it works and how to extend it, and yeah. And I cannot go without first playing a game of chess, right? Just one chess. Just one game. Oh yeah, we'll have to look at the World Championship as well. Drag you to bed, yeah. So where's this World Championship happening at the moment? Are they still playing, or are they done playing for today? Well, guess I'll have to do that one. Is he going to Castle Long or something like that? What is this guy thinking? Well, let's go here, I think. Yeah, difficult decision, isn't it? Not really. He just has to take my bishop. Did not take bishop. I probably lost material. Yep, I lost material. Unbelievable. The annoyance of it all. What is it thinking about? Just take the knight. What else do you want to do? I want to win my pawn back. Well, if I place F5, queen takes pawn, and then I want to win this pawn back. Can attack it again, and then I win the pawn back, unless the king comes forward, which would be pretty bad. Or you could put a knight here, maybe. Yeah, we don't want that. So that probably I should attack the pawn again with my queen, but I like the queen kind of in the same file as this king here. Got to admit, maybe I should have used the different rook. I should have used a different rook, right? This rook here, that rook maybe here or something. Now I'll have to attack it again with my queen, I think. Wow. Well, that is something, man. Okay, now I'm gonna attack this like that. To bet that the knight comes here, which of course I take. And now we can give check, which is also not bad, because, well, the king goes away and I can pick up this pawn with the attack on the rook. How can that be bad? Let's just do it. That threatens to win on the spot, but I bet that rook is going to be moved. Yes, of course. Now I can pick up this pawn as well. Oh, looks like kind of cool. Especially since I'm attacking another pawn. And now I'm +1 instead of -1. He's going to try to untangle, or how do you call that? No, not. Just want to keep the, yeah, I thought play that pawn here, king there, but does not want to give away the pawn. For obvious reasons, I suppose. To now give check with attack on that pawn. Oops, did not see that one coming. And now we are +2. Let's promote. Promote. Oh, really? Well, I could push it forward, just because. Okay, so I move my queen, it takes here, and then if I take back like that, I lose this one. So my queen has to protect this. But hey, he attacks it twice. So I go here, it takes, I take, he takes, I take, he takes. And I wish I could take that one. That's not gonna happen, right? Nope, my queen is here then. Poke, 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 poke. Go there, just nothing I can do. Okay, that was bad. I put all those moves in the spawn and now I lose it. Oh. Wait. Take steel one. If I took here and he took my queen. And then I take again and he takes the queen and I push and he put the queen in front of it. I'm still 5 points down, even though I have a lot of those. I don't think that was correct. I'm gonna take with the queen, I think. We have two connected free pawns. Could it be worth something? Yeah, I just walk to the other side, unless the king comes here. But even then, what's he gonna do? Especially when I get all these tempos in. Let's say, oh, I can give check now. Doesn't help me. Does it help me? I don't think so. Well, maybe. Infinite check, I don't think so. Well, maybe here I can put that one in front, so no. Plus, I'm gonna give check here. And I want to stand on this diagonal myself. You can do that. It's not even attacking my pawns. Give check. Oh, that cannot be good. Bing. Yep, he resigned. Okay, well, I'll be back tomorrow. Good night.